No, the winner's quote is, "I can't believe I paid Falcone off." No, I paid Falcone off and got away with it. But yeah, that's Lance. He's one of the players currently. We have Victor's. Victor's going to be the main character. Did I not make Victor for everyone to see? No, I did not. No, he's on the field, sure, but I'm saying as a character, she. I think I left it. Yeah, I have. It's not in your journals. It should be in everybody's journal. The only one who should be able to edit it though is Kalis. Yeah, you can. I'm saying the rest of the non-players, everyone else can't. Show to players. Show to players. Work, damn you. So, has anyone decided who wants to go first? If that's what you like, I mean, it makes sense that you want to go and continue your development with Cyric because you really need everyone needs to be hands on when it comes to all eyes. But yeah, no, if you feel like you want to play Cyric, by all means. I just want to be sure who you want to take as your main character. Also, I know that it's going to like take up the whole screen, but I just felt like putting all the characters who are playing on the screen makes it easier for the audience to know who's who. So there's Lance McKinley, there's Victor Falcone, there's Cyric Magnus Gunvold, and then there's Edmund Miles. Okay, so it's it no, it should be in everyone's journal. Just should be a journal entry now, just says Victor Falcone. So we're gonna go with Cyric, right? Sure. I'm gonna minimize everybody real quick just to give Cyric the stage, and that's how I kind of want to try to take my role plays. I want you guys to just visually be able to see who's the active player at the current moment and then who's talking. It's kind of like a Tails Up game. So Sanric, you want to give the audience a reminder, just a little reminder of who's Sanric, what he's doing, and what he's looking to get done this week. Ian, Cyric, do you think you would have been able to beat Edmund? And then do you think you would have been able to beat Lance? You did. Everyone did during the tournament. Oh, Every time he would have had to set it up. No, he could set it up spending a decision in AP to put the shield, or a reaction to put the shield up. Correct. By action economy. We gotta definitely see that in action. Yeah, yeah, you don't get interrupted by taking true damage. Well, he's got a point there. He could just kill you after you countered. But then that's always, Danny. You have to remember you can't keep your combos going infinitely and all this. But let's get away from that. Let's get back to the role play at hand, which is Cynric figuring out what he wants to do for this week. He's Where are you currently, Cynric? Solus for the audience is this massively abandoned building that is used as a cover for a silver church within the market district. It's in the Aristotle district, one of three places to be found. Cyric's come here a few times and he's a patron member of the location. And they allowed Cyric to be part of the Solus Church, seeing his potential in the silver and his willingness to keep the church quiet and secret. So this week you're spending it to train on your silver magic? Okay, sure. You'll get a +3 to your silver, +3 experience. And while you are studying, throughout the week, you take up a specific training regimen within the church. You find that Solaris kind of treats itself way more like a orthodox or like an actual monk monastery than anything. So they wake up at specific times of the day. They handle these morning rituals, greetings to one another, and a general study of, language, the general area of Spiral City itself, as well as the general guidelines of silver magic. And you come to learn a little bit better the basics of silver, at least how they view it. And for them, silver is the mending force that helps make the entropy that happens in the universe mend it and fix itself. It is the force that is the miracles that either save disasters or recover them. Why the Earth can always come back even from the most dire situations. That determination, the will, that is silver. At least that is how Solaris looks at it. And in this week of studying, there are 12 acolytes with you, being all trained under. Do you remember the male instructor? He was a journeyman. What's his name? Yep. Raynor is still your mentor as he's helping you and 12 other acolytes training. While you're training with Raynor, he's going over throughout the week, of course. He's going over different kind of manipulations of silver magic. He shows off how he can create a weapon out of silver. And of course, it's an AP drain for him, but he can make a weapon out of silver. He can enhance an item with silver. He makes a silver construct that he can step on and like hover off the ground with. This is all, of course, a strain of silver, and it's a lot like other colors have better manipulation of certain aspects that he's doing. But silver has the unique function of being versatile between its usage. Its biggest power is healing, but its versatility is a secondhand usage. It is on the third. It's on the third day, the Wednesday of this week, Cyric, that Raynor has split off most of the groups into individual training. Here, you meet a kid. He seems to be 17. You're paired off with him. He has spiky green hair. He has a notch across the bottom of his lip, and he has bright yellow eyes. Everyone around the room has similar features like brown hair, black hair. Someone has purple hair. You look at your sparring partner as Raynor has put you two together and wants to give an opportunity for each of the acolytes to learn a little bit more about what they can do since they've been practicing so much about silver magic. The only objective is that for the training is that both competitors need to only use silver magic. There can't be any other usage. All right, you get paired off and you get your sparring partner. Your sparring partner, everyone, you notice that everyone bows to one another to begin the fight, but you notice your partner doesn't bow. He just gives you a smirk. Well, no, I just think that I'm not confident. I just don't bow to someone who hasn't shown that they're worth bowing to. And we're going to roleplay the training in just terms of what Sarek wants to use, how he wants to combat. If we need rolls, we'll throw them. But for now, you see that your sparring opponent just takes a lower stance and summons up with his right hand. He's a more male figured person. Summons up with his right hand with a circular motion creates a silver yeah, silver disc in the air. He hovers it by just moving his hand around it. How do you want to approach your silver duel? Yeah, when you create these silver gauntlets, you can feel the AP drain coming from you. Creating these silver gauntlets is AP1 drain, and it doesn't deal a lot of damage as it takes your stats and it only adds a D8 in terms of accuracy and in damage. So when you swing with it, it'll be your strength. No, so yeah, it'll be your strength plus 1d8. Yeah, strength and plus 1d8. And then when you hit with it, it'll be your strength plus 1d8. No, no, not right now. No. I'm just saying that that's what the gauntlets do. And just in terms of the future, that when you summon the ability to punch with things, you only get to punch. Your gauntlets are really weak, is what I'm trying to get across. Yeah, but you still summon two gauntlets, left and right fist, and they hover like these large silver mittens fit over Cyrek's already massive hands. Yeah, I'm really trying to come across that silver is like the Green Lantern Force, except it can heal. Welcome back. So, like I said to the group, do you know Green Lantern? Do you know what the Green Lanterns are from Marvel? I'm sorry, DC. Okay, okay. Well, then never mind. I don't want to confuse things. How do you? So go ahead. Yeah, just so think of silver like that. But it's not going to be as strong as a construct. Is all. Like it's not going to be the strongest thing you'll ever make, but you could still make stuff. I want you to make a dexterity check as you see your sparring partner begin to make their way closer to you, still making that large silver disc pool by rotating their hand in the air in a circular motion. And you're going to, yep, you can junction. You always have the advantage as an anima user to always use your anima powers. Non-anima users can't see your power, of course, but anima users can. Yeah, that's what makes anima users different than all regular human characters, is that you have a direct access to the anima force. Making a save state. I'm fucking crying. Go ahead, Caleb. Sorry, go ahead, Cyrus. You see your opponent's just getting closer and closer to you. Your opponent looks really eager to cover the distance and prepare for fight between you. It seems like that arm rotation thing they're doing. It seems like their big gambit. Yeah, for sure. Sarek doesn't hesitate, rushes up, and pulls his right fist into the air and tries to punch his sparring partner by using the silver fists. Your sparring partner smirks, pushes down the silver disc away from him, but pulls up his left hand to reveal a silver scythe and slashes at you. You both manage to land successful hits on each other, and the duel is considered 1-1 between you both. Well, that was impressive. I never really had someone charge me like that before. My name's Venter. It seems like you'll be my rival. In a fight, right? Right? Oh, by the way, I misspoke. You're a journeyman, aren't you? In silver? Yeah, because if you are, then I said 1d8, but you'd be your mastery level dice, but I'd have to reduce the damage, the number of dice you'd use. I just want to be sure. No, no, you don't have to. The duel it's just like a light role play duel. It's there's no other stakes other because you're still going to be trained. It's just a light role play for the training montage that you're doing. So the rest of the week goes through, but you made notice of one of the students in the area that has chosen you to be his rival, Venter. Yeah, you come up with good names, huh? Thank you. Where the fuck does West Bayer come from? It smells like poor here. But anyway, that would be for Cyrix week. He's doing some training. He's continuing his tutelage under Raynor, and he's made a rival now. So, because Kalis and Evie are AFK, I'm guessing Lance goes next. Yeah. All right, you get one activity that you've got to stretch throughout the entire week, Lance. Yeah, I can say we can squeeze a phone call and then the main activity. Wait, where are you, Lance? Remind the audience. Remind the audience a little what's happened with Lance so far. Give life. Oh, so you went back to. Oh, I thought you went home. Okay, Lance. What? Lance. Yep, Lance being in the police department makes a phone call back home. You pick up. You hear the line ring for a while before finally. Hello, McKinley residence. Yeah, this is Bunny. Who I gotta shoot? How do you know my name? Oh, so when I'm gonna shoot you? Wait, you want to talk to him but not me? Well, after going to the church, we're feeling a lot better. Okay, um, give me a second. He's working out in your room. Woof, woof. Hello, Lance. Your mother was wondering when you will be back. According to Porto Novus, yes, there could be a way to synthesize a medicine to cure some of our ailments, but the nature of proto-men makes it that our bodies will deteriorate regardless. We will need constant surgery from Novus, or a device like Novus. No, Lance, you didn't. Lance, your mother was expecting a vacation to the Emerald Isles. Lance, how many times have you tried to kill Novus? And was it successful? I'm not a scientist. 10-foot hell beast. I am not objecting to it. We do need the medical assistance. We could not continue to rely on us on the yellow church. No, sorry, the place of heaven church. You want me to pull the tablet that wants to return back to the spiral net into a spiral net area, because once I leave West Bay and go to any other district, there will be Wi-Fi spiral net. The tablet has been on the entire time. I have not found an off button. I fear if you turn it off, it won't turn back on. I I will figure something out. I will join you on this raid. I will promise you through a funny montage I will get this done. Hmm. She's already past the chunkla. I will ask her to prepare the food. It did take her a month to cook it. You can ask it. No, to the general public, that's about it. There's just also the policy of free Wi-Fi. Yeah, correct. Never did, I know. But why but the Spire provides that. The technology within Spire City is within 2000XX, yes. It's a lot of things. Well, like I said, most of the general population has access to devices like rudimentary tablets. They have flip phones. They have GameCube, like something like akin to, huh? I for this fantasy role play, for fuck's sake, it's gonna be the best OS that ever existed. That they just decided to keep upgrading, keep it on the same OS infrastructure. Exactly, XP kept it on this. Everything runs on Windows. Well, Spiral XP. Yes. Mm, you wish. So Ubuntu, no, West Bay and East Bay are considered not in the Spiral net. That's why you have West Bay and East Bay, no connection to the Spiral net at all. Oh well. Okay, so what do you want to do for the week? Because you just did you guys can do like a phone call, but then you need to do your decision for the whole week. Might I recommend as the GM, take your training and ask a certain Falcone to accompany. No, no, not that Falcone. Clearly not. Great, get in. We have like an 8 hour drive to West Bay. We have an 8 hour drive to West Bay. Don't make it awkward, Falcone. Yeah, so you guys were here. Uh, all units in area. There's a live bank robbery. We require all hands on. And you just cover. Yeah, we don't need to deal with that. So you guys take the painstakingly 8 hour drive that it would take you guys to arrive to Spiral to West Bay. Uh, Falcone would end up spending the night at Lance's place before you guys continue the rest of the week going to the fighting arena itself, the Boulevard. Oh my god, that's so intimidating. It is perfect because then Elizabeth doesn't know and she walks past. And Falcone just opens the door. She goes, ah, "What the fuck?" Oh, ah," she fucking flees. Yo, or with Falcone just sitting in the darkness of the bathroom. Bunny comes in. She like turns on the light. Hello, pulls out the revolver. Bang, 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 bang. 3 crits. Doesn't hurt him at all except for 3 damage. Yeah, West Bay gunshots in West Bay are lullabies. Go to you hear Fear the Dark? Go to bed, Lance. Wait a Falcone goes, wait a minute. I'm not stuck in here with you. Oh my god, that's terrifying. But so let me move the tokens around. But you, the Grid Iron Costellos. Why? Because nobody. I don't know. I don't give a darn. What? Who? Tomorrow? Today? Yes. West Bay's Symphony would be definitely motor fire, machine guns. But it's not. It's not like Northwest Bay is bad. That's where all the kind of more dignified people live. It's really Southwest Bay where Lance lives, and no. And so we're going to take Falcone's minor action for this month to be the train dueling. Okay, you guys approach the boulevard. After, of course, that night of sleeping at Lance's house, the morning of is very stressful for all the fucking members of the built house. Is like never bring him back. You hear us, Lance? I think your friend is literally the devil. No, no, no. You wouldn't be in the room when they would say this. Elizabeth would say this to Lance. Oh my god, that'd be perfect. You see? He hears us, Lance. She takes Lance outside. Lance, never again. Hear me? She pulls out the chancla. Who is Alistair? I've never met any of your other friends. I've met some of your old school friends, like Dijon or Cyrac. Well, it could be a name. At least they're not friends with the actual devil. Yeah, the automobile. Yeah, lane. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but again, at least they don't aren't friends with the literal. Look, he's looking out the window just to look at us, and you just look back at the camera at the facing Lance's house, and you see Falcone just like standing at the living room window, waving from it. That's that's no priest. Not again. Elizabeth goes in her house and goes back in her house and manages to dodge Falcone until both Vincent and he can't be evil. He said he was sorry. Oh my god. So, you guys approach the boulevard by walking through the very rowdy and, disorganized Southwest Bay. In fact, one time you guys would even come across just a random group of guys assaulting a single person. They're like four guys to one person just kicking the shit out of this guy. What would you two do? With your West Bay knowledge, you can't tell if it's this guy getting jump up like for a good reason or a bad reason. They turn up. Who's the dumbass to what? They all look at Lance. Fuck. No. They all like sign. No. We didn't call you dumbass. Oh, holy shit! It's the Lance McKinley. Plus 50 fame. Plus 50 fame. Oh no, God no! You have plus 50 fame. No, sir. No. We weren't messing around in your neighborhood, sir. Here's the money we're gonna give back to the guy because he fell over and he dropped all his money on the floor. Is that the Little Devil? I'm sorry. The fuck's Christianity? The fuck's $50? If that guy's a priest, then I'm a reformer. Never mind. They all hand over 50 gold pieces. You guys fleece 200 gold pieces. Oh, you gave 200 gold pieces to the guy. The event happens, but you Lance are such a high level of fame, you don't get more fame. It just adds on to your legacy. The council's enjoyed that you become a living legend, but now we're considering a dead martyr. I love that. Wait, what? Oh, whoops, wrong, Victor. Wrong. The opening cutscene for Final Fantasy X is playing. Werner, 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 Werner. Sorry, I love other worlds. Okay, like I've been trying to do, Falcone and Lance are on the screen as the primary characters for the sequencing. Um, I could pull up an arena for you two if you want to move around and plan your stuff. Are you guys going to fight duel in tournament style, or tournament style does not mean you don't get relics, but that just means you guys get your max dexterities, but you have to tell me what you want to do. Or if you want to go rolling for dexterity and speed, and then let who goes first go. Shut up, Evie. Okay. No, it's fair. Okay. I shall create a quick token area that you guys will be able to fight in. Um, so one, that's inaccurate. Uh, they actually want to remove the boulevard because they want to try to make quote East Bay more civil like the rest of Spiral City. It's West Bay. God damn it. Cause we ain't gonna take it no more. Oh gosh. I'm sorry, I'm still loading up loading up the arena real quick. So, for, so because this is player requested, you guys are going to have a actual fight between the two of you. In the Boulevard, your HP, even if it drops to zero or to no, actually, you don't die when you hit zero. You die when you either fail your three saving checks or you get half of your total HP continued in damage. So for example, Lance, let's just say he has 20 HP. I know you have more. He goes down to zero. If he were to go to negative 10, he's dead. No, Boulevard, something like that. Has exactly. In West Bay culture, the Boulevard had been used in even ancient times to be a dispute area. The West Bay had been a what they would consider a penal area. That's right, West Bay's Australia. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, you don't die when you hit me. I die when you hit me. So, you guys approach the boulevard. It is this long strip. The boulevard itself is the building, right? But it's also the dividing force that divides both Northwest Bay and Southwest Bay. There is a checkpoint to keep you out of the boulevard, not the actual building. The building itself for fighting is always up open to the West Bay public because there were many a times Northwest Bay try to keep the boulevard locked, and many a times pissed off Southwest Bayers fucking the border up, reminding them that they can and will destroy Northwest Bay if they don't give them access. You guys approach the building, and it is a circular dome building. And when you walk in, it's only the top of the building is not actually filled with any stairs or anything. It's just like almost like a cover top. Because when you walk in, it's more like a tent. And when you look down, you can see the large groove into the ground that's been created. There is this platform with several intricate runes that are carved into the surface of the stone. The stone only lights up when people step on it within proximity. When we get the camera to you guys, and I'll switch the angle to pull us in. Where am I? Sorry, I need to remind myself where am I at this. Here I am. Here I am. Go. Here we are. I'm going to minimize the characters for just now. You guys are currently in the boulevard. You see that there are a few people in the area, but they don't seem to be contending to go into the arena anytime soon. It's also fairly often that if you fight with so many people, there's also the chance the competitor, the view, the spectators will join in the fight. Because remember, they can't die. Well, do you guys want to do anything before jumping into the arena? Lance opens up his inventory screen. Falcone stares in horror. So, what's lasso? Okay, so you open, so you put, you open, so so before anything, when you're still Lance, you take out the golden disc that has the ruby gem placed in the center for you to activate into the scout suit. The scout suit pops itself open and then envelops you like if it were venom, but venom gold. You are swallowed around, and then the biome suit inner layer is created. It's made out of this woven kind of fabric that's smooth to the touch, and it's insulated, so it breathes with you. You can even feel a faint heartbeat when the suit gets on you. The suit covers your head, and it creates a camera, not camera, a complete computer screen in front of you, giving full 360 access and view. It begins to load up the 001 protocol scout suit, Regulus scout suit. As soon as the suit activates to full settings, it provides you the regular weapons display, heads up, the notifications, and the adjustments to your stats. Yeah, you start to read that the suit is analyzing everyone in the room at the distance. It gives you perfect location of all distances, the probability of how fast you'll need to get there, what your opponent can or can't do. No, no, no. But you do you're in you're closer to no, no. You see that there's a spiral net functionality, but currently you don't have access to the spiral net. No. No. Falcone, you see Lance turn into the suit. Huh? Oh, I didn't make a handout for the scout suit. Okay, I'll have to make a handout for it. Let me get my notes up. I'll write some notes real quick for the scout suit. Because I know I had the scout suit pay AP for you to use it. Do you remember what else the functionality it had, Danny? Huh? Hmm. Okay, no, gonna make a handout, and so that means I'm gonna rework the suit. And the reason I say I'm gonna rework it, you also are smarter to use it in the actual function it should be used to begin with. Okay? Or do you want to stay with the old look? Sure, and you can decide. So what I'm thinking, you are wearing the Regulus Scout suit. It won't require you to pour AP into using it until 3 turns into any combat. So it's just for 3 turns, as long as you use it, it won't cost you anything. But after that, it'll cost you 1 AP for the next 3 turns. And then at the end of those 3 turns, it starts to cost you 2 AP per turn. And then the next 3 turns, it's going to be 3 AP until you take off the suit or turn off the suit. That will be it's huh? Okay, so that's the cost of using it, but you are in the scout suit. It will give you one more decision and one more movement. Sorry, not one more decision. Sorry. You only get your 2 decisions, you get one more movement, and you get one more reaction. So 2 reactions. Hmm? Sorry? Oh, yeah, sure. You can keep that. Yeah, that's fine. It's that flat 2 to initiative. Sure. The scout suit's nature means that it doesn't actually provide you defense. You don't have defense while wearing the. You don't get augmented defense wearing the scout suit. No, well, I'm just letting you know, like the nature of the scout suit will let you have it to compensate for the fact that you do not have defenses on your suit. You do have the reactions. Your suit also has a built-in once a turn functionality. Anytime that you don't have any movement or decision, anytime in that during that turn when you have a movement or decision, sorry, movement or reaction remaining, you can spend 3 AP to force yourself to go into emergency dodge mode. It will allow you to immediately use a movement and a reaction on your next turn to get out of current danger right then and there. You lose one of those, yes. So the next turn you only get one movement, one reaction. Yeah. No, because you get 2 movement while in the suit, so it goes down to one. So you'd still get your movement, but you'd lose you would lose you would lose one reaction and down to one reaction, down one movement. You'd be normal. Yeah, the scout suit. That's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to rework it. It's not a combat suit. It's a scout suit. I will make sure to create a handout for this. And for Evie, I have to make sure to add the utility bomb setup for you. I have the notes about it, and Lance about the rework for the ley line. I just haven't had time to write stuff. I had the notes though. Lance, I just said emergency dodge. The man looks up at Lance. Huh? Uh, I don't know. I'm not that big of a deal in that kind of area. No, all the people in the area wouldn't know. You would recognize most of the people in the current boulevard to be various gang members. Just mean-looking fellows. Looking, they have like pipes and crude other weapons, and they're just sitting around drinking. They seem to have either fought already or waiting for the right time to fight. You can't tell. But no one like gives you a pair of mind, Lance. Also, your fame isn't working. Your fame won't work because you're wearing your suit. Like, what fear would be there? The boulevard's right there, so they can run over to keep themselves alive. I should repent. Also, a chance to kick the devil's ass. Oh well. What the dog doing? That's exactly why he would want his own setup. When you guys step into the boulevard, you can feel the runes underneath your feet glow. It's an ominous silverish white light energy. Lance, you even recognize it to be some sort of very ancient silver magic. Had died. LOL. There are several things I know about my Lance McKinley. But that, that's true. He's not French. Ooh. Deve cantare musica la boca poca poca. Cantare musica. It's just weird. It's just weird because I mean, I would keep everyone the same. I think we have good representation. I have characters of color who are in respective positions. Queen Caribia, Elora Flamewrath. Oh, I mean, the players chose to play who they wanted. I mean, I can't decide you guys to be a specific. Alistair becomes Asian. I'm not negotiating. Alistair becomes Asian. I'm not negotiating. You mean the guy who you are you fucking saying the same common writer who's the name based off of Showtime? Huh. Okay. Ooh, Toshi. Late, um, Sorry. Uh, Everybody, are you ready for the fight? The Boulevard eagerly accepts a fight. So we'll have the scenes. Yeah, we'll have the scene hold up ready, but we'll go to Edmund. I mean, are you ready? It's okay if you need time to wait. We can also pause during the fight, guys, if he needs more time to think. Evie? Huh? It's okay. Don't worry. Let me just say that I appreciate both Kalis and Line for just speaking out and giving you a chance to have a moment. I respect that. I really like that you guys like thought of Evie. I appreciate it. We'll give him some time by buying into some rounds of the fight, and I'll kick you in the nuts. No, no, but I'll give you something better for the initiative. I'll give you an advantage roll that you can use in a future fight. Yep, you can only stack one, but I'll grant it for good role playing and for, as I said, good camaraderie. I want to try to promote that with us, but it's only for Vincent, so you could get it for Victor. It is character specific, not limited to players. Yep, yep. Anyway, with you guys ready, or we're gonna take at least 3 turns, and we'll check in with Evie. Uh, the Boulevard eagerly accepts your challenge. You guys both see the your HP take above you like HP bars in a fighting game. Heaven or hell, fate decide. Fight. Roll for dexterity and speed. 12. Hold. How about first? Falcone moves at the speed of light. He's Barry Allen. He's the fastest man alive. Did he tell you this one time that he was so fast that Lance couldn't see where he was standing still? Falcone, you may go first, or you're so fast you can let Lance go first, but your actions will still go before his. The entire arena looks deeply as they go, oh shit, it is an actual demon. I thought that was makeup or something. As Falcone transforms, this guy makes a reaction to run into the arena. This is a fight that I'm willing to take into. He transforms in his reaction to jump into the arena. You have a third contender. And yeah, you can jump him. He won't have Yeah, he won't have access. He won't have decisions this turn. Yeah, this turn he won't have any decisions or choices. Okay, Falcone, do you want to do anything else with your so you just spent an AP and a decision to transform into Hell's Wrath. You still have one last decision, your movement and reaction. Do you want to do anything? Sorry, you're right. I'm so adjusted to other anima users. Sorry. It doesn't cost you AP to transform, but it does cost you a decision at the very least. Sure, you can spend one AP to fly 30 feet. No, you can't. You can readjust yourself though. No, he can't fly he cannot fly diagonal. Hell's Wrath takes up flight with incredible speed. You move so fast, Falcone, that like you spoke the rhyme and transformed and flew before this guy moved into the arena. It is when you landed he transforms. Ah, that is spectacular. A fight worthy fight, finally. This man wolf creature stands about 7-1. I'm not giving you gold for that because you already called the reference last time. Good. Hmm? Yeah, exactly. We have to. Yeah, for the turns, for him to be active. So go ahead. No, it's not +3. I think it's +2, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, +2 would put you at 3 turn cap. So you have 3 turns of free. Sorry, of not paying upkeep for Hell's Wrath. And I don't think I will change Hell's Wrath's upkeep. I think 1 AP a turn because it's been grandfathered in. I'm not changing that. But if I had the chance, I would. But it's already grandfathered the way it is. Anyway, so Falcone spent some 1 AP to fly. Anything else you want to do? You still have your movement and you still have a decision. Okay, so do you want to? So you want to hold your decision? Do you want another reaction or another a decision? So you hold. You're gonna hold a decision for another reaction. Okay. Okay, Lance, you're next. Lance, when it's your turn, you feel the suit readjust and start spraying a light mist across the not I wouldn't say nano threaded, but it is a carbon thread waved wafer between you and the physical suit, and you can feel it moisturize your body, preparing you to get into motion and movement. Also, sorry, when you're in the suit, what's your range again? So you move up 4 tiles. You get a +2 to your movement, to your movement speed, like to your tile speed. Yeah, only actual tiles, not his range. Well, you're not allowed to because all eyes came and took it. I'm just messing around. I know. Give me a second. I didn't say I fixed it yet. Now it's done. You right click when yeah you right click when you move. Huh? You're really gonna fight a fighter before he has a chance to be able to fight you? Because he stepped into the fight without having a chance to roll for initiative since he, stepped in. He's auto hit. If you're doing a combo, you're going to start at his speed and dexterity put together for that. Yeah, no, you're not getting free hits on your combo. You get two free hits and then you have to start rolling. 7. You can wait a turn as long as you spend one turn hitting one combo per turn. You can keep a combo going like that. I mean, like I said, you get two free hits, but then you have to start rolling for accuracy. You didn't snap into your fighting style. Sure. So which decision? So what fighting style again? Okay. You run. He feels the air of the skill being set. He goes, ah, shit. So, yeah, go ahead and just roll for your first set of damage. Breathe. Refer back to the skills and preferences, and what's your mastery with the sensational stylish. So you roll 48 for your accuracy when you reswing with it, and that for damage as well. But you only do 48 in terms of damage. You find that when you punch this entity, that your hits land solidly in a combo, but it just kind of stands there and takes it pretty well. Yeah. No, well, you already have the fighting tournament. Oh, wait, this is the new month. No, 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 no. You have to wait till the second week of November. Ha! The fighting tournament happened the second week of October. Not wait. Falcone had a yeah, but you're not having a celestial moment because you have to wait till the second week of November. You throw your fist into the chest of this guy and you give him a nice sweep kick, but he doesn't flinch. Doesn't even move. I can't give you that info, Danny. No, no, he has a base stat of it. Since he did, yeah, since he didn't roll for it, He has a base stat for it right now. Hmm. Yes. Yes, only for the accuracy. The +2 cannot be used for can if the weapon only used your strength for damage, like it's you punching or you wielding a weapon like a sword, yes, that would count. But since your fighting style doesn't require your strength, then no. You don't add the +2 to that. But you would add the +2 to accuracy. Yeah, that would hit. Again, another solid blow into his midsection. Nothing. He just smirks at you. You're really good at landing hits on me. Go ahead, Lance. Yeah, hit. That's a 25. Yep. Another kick to his midsection. Nothing. 15 is a miss. You drop her combo. 17 is a drop combo. Cat's in here taking all the hits, but he cracks his neck. If this is the challenge, then I'm excited to show you what I can bring to the table. This just in. Lance finds contest unfair. Quote, you gotta let me cook, man. Alright. With that being said, you guys roll for initiative on the next turn. You have the +2 for your suit. No, no, those the +2 only activates on actually I'm gonna retroact what I said earlier about the if it's a weapon you get the +2. No, the +2 only applies to skill checks and or accuracy rolls if necessary. They can be used so if for example if you needed to do a dexterity check to dodge out of something, you get a +2 to that. It can't be used for your initiative to be added on. 13, 15. No, that's not 13, is it? It's 11, and then it goes to 13. Yeah, I was right. Holy shit. No, it's 14. Whoops. Took me a second. Falcone, roll for me. Nine's modest. It gets the job done. We put our thumbs up for that. So is this guy. Okay, Lance, you lead us. Lance, you stare at him for a really long time. Falcone, you get really nervous because Lance has never kept such like unbroken eye contact with you before. So, Lance, what do you want to do? All right, and he takes it. This time you feel finally your left hook starter. You feel a little bit of it actually scrape through. He grunts a little bit. That one had some spice in it. 20. That's the next hit. That's another hit. That's a 20. Another just devastating hit, and you can feel it again. Just a little bit dig into this, like a knee kick. Digs in just a bit deeper. Go ahead. Hit. Yeah, it's a hit, and then 16. Nope. Another hit that doesn't do anything. Yep. I take the 5. 19 is a miss. You drop your combo. He spits to the side. You got some nice fancy footwork, man. He spends a reaction in order to grapple you as you attack. He reading your attack as you come in with a sensational style. Spending the time getting hit on purpose to watch you attack. He rolled a power strength check versus your initiative in order to try to grapple you, but you have a 14. He rolled E11. He would have also rolled at a disadvantage, but I don't think an 11 is worse than, I mean, unless I roll two ones. But anyway, he fails his reaction, and you can continue to wail, or attempt to. Hold on, stop rolling so fast. Do you mind? I need to calculate. Yes, that's an accuracy roll. Three eights in a row. Almost a fucking full crit. Holy crap. We never had a three crits in a row. Yeah, and thank fucking god I wrote the rule that you can't crit for accuracy. Otherwise, you'd definitely be overkill. Hold on, before you roll anything else, Danny, give me a second. You hit the first time. You did no damage. The second time, you hit for sure. Roll for damage. One hit, no damage. Go ahead, roll again. No, no, this is the third combo part now. 24. That's a hit. A little pepper, a little smoke behind the mirror, a little notch across his chest. That is barely a hit. One, two, three, four. Four hits. Have you ever been grappled with the life pulled out of you? Good. Then this will be a familiar experience. Falcone, it's your turn. Nope. He threatens to grapple Lance on his turn. So yeah, you move this little flight, like will hover to the right, float down. That's terrifying. I mean, for all intents and purposes, yeah, he's kind of facing him, but he'd like turn to face, label face both of you, but it wouldn't change his odds of being able to be like defend himself any better or worse. No, 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 that's perfectly fine. Yeah, uh, you make a strength contest with him. No, actually, no, you make a strength contest against his initiative. Correct, and you have advantage. Yeah, 21's enough. Um, no, no, the building is created, so the building's created in dome-like status where there is a tent. So yes, technically there is like a roof. It's very high up. I would say something like 200 feet up. Mm-mm, no, I can't. So, so you grappled him for a decision, and you want to throw him afterward. Sure, just make a power check. It's not a strength and power. This is just determining the distance you're throwing this guy. No, we're determining the distance and how far you're throwing it. It's not melee. Yeah, so you throw him 10 feet, and I'd give so yeah, it's gonna be not 10 feet in front of you. It's not just two tiles. It's 10 tiles. And just a spare note: when you throw somebody, they take damage when they land for how far they traveled. I've done this before. They take it in the form of contact impact damage, so it'll still deal damage to their defense. So he's traveled 10 feet. So it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. He takes 50 points of kinetic damage as you throw him across. Meaning your theoretic cap for this damage is 60 damage kinetic. Yeah, that is a pretty amount to this guy's HP as he hits the ground hard. Shit. That is a terrifying anima. Demon. What's that Travail Church? What the priest doing? What the priest doing? Talk about games, talk about power. It's all about games, all about power. We need a meme now. Okay, you still have a reaction and movement. No, he's still got spunk behind him. He By the way, he is hurt. Like he's visually scarred up from the impact damage. It hurt him bad. But taking his chances with the Volivar just to have fun and enjoy the rest of the fight, he's still going to try. Because it's not like he's risking his life or death. If it was life or death, he'd fucking flee immediately. The fuck? Yeah, exactly. Would never have come. But he's here to fight just because, there's a chance to. The other guys were thinking about it until they just saw you fucking hurl this guy like a fucking puck. The fucking Olympic strong arm the shit out of him. Depending on what you throw, I may even allow you to take to like so you spend a decision to throw, but I may even allow you to spend another decision while you're throwing, just to throw with your full might. But that depends on the object, and depending on the circumstances, the person being thrown or object being thrown can resist, and it's some either by gravity or whatever reason, it can make a roll happen. Other times it could be just automatic, depending. Like for example, Lance, you grapple Lance and you willingly throw him the Lance Ball special. Speaking of, hey Lance, he'd be thrown out of the boulevard. No, I'm just saying you would throw him at your max strength, but you'd fly out the arena. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll move on to the third turn then. If no one, well, actually, no, this guy is gonna make his turn. I forgot. Uh, he rushes back up, spends a decision to dash again, and spends his last decision to hold decision for next turn. No, sorry, he doesn't have three. Yeah, actually, yes. No, yeah, he does, but he can't use it for that purpose. And yeah, no, this guy ends his turn. We'll roll for initiative, and then Evie, are you ready to take the stage? Police stuff, acquisition stuff for the battle coming ahead, training, gun training. If you use a gun style, yes. Vincent saved his life. Probably Yanagata. I don't know what you're referring to though. No, I don't know what you're referring to. Whose life did you think you saved, and when did you try this? Then it would have been Steiner. But he was revived with silver magic. How would he come back with 1 HP? He'd been revived with silver magic. At its best form, he'd have come back with full HP. Yeah, but I need Falcone to roll first initiative so I can at least track it down. Edmund, do you have a better idea what you want to do? How about don't roll a D8, D28? It's okay, don't worry. Hey, a 10 works for me. And you would still go first before him, but he rolled a 10. He rolled higher this time. You no, you don't even work at the lower spire. You work for the Cervantes district. You work for the market district at whole. To be fair, you are a anima unit, anima police task force. You're meant to really help and handle any anima related issues or issues that people think might be associated to anima users. For example, like the haunting that Lance and Squad Zero had to deal with, that wasn't really it could have been an anima user or the anima force. You don't really know. It's just ghosts. But the investigation was considered anima related, so Squad Zero will have the option and task to do so. You could be expected to do the same thing. Handle things that may be anima related or not anima related. Yeah, you're not being paid, but you're still expected to work. No, you're not. You're not on the leave. You're working. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Get it out of your system. So, what do you want? So, what has that been thinking of doing? Well, there is patrolling that you can accomplish. There isn't an assigned task or duties to Squad Delta just yet because your management as at least is aware that you aren't to full squad size yet for your anima users. Okay, so it'd take a full week of trying to pass the police exam. You're gonna roll. Go ahead. We don't. You are Captain Delta. Like holds his helmet. You're not. Huh? Yeah, Lieutenant Delta. He holds his head in his face. No, no, you don't understand. You are. You're not enforcing the law more as you're handling anima-related issues. There will be a law enforcement dispatched to apprehend and bring in what's called the convicted. You guys aren't acting as a legal arm or force. You're more so as the showstopper to make everything stop and apprehend and keep people in a civilian arrest until the actual officers arrive on scene. No, you're not taking bribes. You don't have legal Squad Zero making arrests. Yeah, Lance pulled him to get him arrested. So that's the same thing that's what Lieutenant Delta is suggesting to you. Get Rising Star into the Market District to be convicted. The Baron cares about the mark though. Only its internal affairs of the Baron. Oh, that's right. You would have to try to get it to travail. Yeah, that caused some issues, wouldn't it? Yeah, it didn't happen in Travail. It happened in the Market District. That would cause jurisdiction issues, like the legitimacy of being able to host that people down for that crown is the same issue that Lance and that other Anima user is experiencing because they can't keep that Anima user in bay, and nor are they able to prosecute that Anima user for Electric Avenue for disrupting the power line. So Victor wants to do some police training to get through this week. He'll need to make an intelligence check, and yeah, you'll make an intelligence check. You'll need to beat a 6. Yeah, it's not considered cheating, but whenever before you junction, just a reminder that the next combat you go into, you lose AP. 1 AP for every junction. Okay. All right. No, my water bottle. Yeah, a 9 would definitely pass. You're able to pass the police exam the first week of your training. You have well, he had the advantage of a whole montage to help him. So, um, you're essentially police competent ready, and they can assign Victor to squad um, gold slogger, gold slogger. So, gold slogger is considered active and can receive deployment options. Victor, Devon. Gold Slayer. You guys are deployable now. Okay. Edmund, what are you doing for your week? Devon nods. All right. I guess I gotta make my living. Roll a 1d100 for me. Sorry, I'm getting some cereal real quick. Next. That's not good. Okay. Um, Admin, you're on patrol. You rolled a 78. Um, as you guys are patrolling throughout Cervantes district, you get a little bit more accustomed to the kind of culture that is the Cervantes district. You understand that a lot of the people in the district believe in the whole, excuse me, grind is money is power, power is representation of your ability in society. So if you don't have power, if you don't have money, you don't have power, and if you don't have power, you don't have recognition in the Cervantes district. And haggling deals is considered a customary sort of approach towards deals. Ritzico, I fucking hate. And again, as I mentioned many times before, the Cervantes district has many people like displaying their relics very readily. Whilst in your patrol throughout the week, most of it goes through well, except on a Wednesday. That is when you guys are coming across a. It would be the Cervantes district equivalent of a shopping hub area, and it is like a mall here. It's like a mall. There's like multiple levels of different stores, and the Gold Squad Gold Slosh sorry, god damn it, Gold Slog, yeah, Gold Slogger. You would approach the mall because there was a call on from the marketplace, that's at Cervantes District Police, that there was a disturbance in the mall, that there were super agitated, what's it called, civilians in the area, and they wanted to see if they can get someone over there to handle the situation. So you guys are aware that there's a disturbance in the mall. How do you want to try to take your approach with Devon? He looks over at you. It's a lot of civilians in the area. It's a busy day in the mall. Something about a mall disturbance. They said it was, yeah, they didn't they gave a they said that there was two people in a heated argument and it looked like it was escalating. They wanted police involvement to de-escalate. Hey, hey, all right, what are we doing? Yeah, yeah, no, I understand we're gonna go into the place and, figure shit out. How are we gonna approach the suspects? Okay. And we're gonna use our animal powers? Alright. I'm just making sure that we're square what we're doing here. He pulls out the Market District sorry, yeah, the Cervantes District issued handgun. Alright. No, he keeps it hosted. Alright, let's go. Come on. I think they said the third floor. They said, yeah, in the reports it's a multi-floored mall, but they said that the service was on the third floor. Two people, third floor. And just entering into the mall, you can hear loud shouting. It's incoherent, but it's definitely aggressive on both ends. You guys spend no time waiting, trying to push through the crowd. Some of the patrons, hanging off the edge, because you can see the two agitated individuals. They're both males, and they're both carrying relics. It seems like, as they both have one has a what it seems to be a sledgehammer, and the other has an aimed rifle. You guys manage to get to the third floor and see that both of them are getting ready to actually start swinging. I'd say about 120 feet away. They're pretty much at each other's throats. Already weapons drawn. Being on the third floor, you can understand that the dispute seems to be a discrepancy in payment. The guy yelling, there's both guys yelling aggressively. One carrying the sledgehammer seems to be either as the store owner getting agitated at the patron, who's the guy he's yelling at, for not paying him. And the guy who's not paying with the rifle is claiming that he's not going to pay for the shitty service done to his exotic exotic relic collection that he can't no longer pawn. Store owner calls bullshit, and they're both be completely agitated over the whole situation of false payment and false service. Devon looks over at you to see that you're gonna try to grab everyone's attention. And he pulls out the Glock and shoots into the air and snatches everyone's attention. The two compat the two agitated individuals immediately turn to face. Most of the patron. Mhm. You have the floor. Everyone's staring awkwardly at you two as the gun scares away those of light heart, but keeps most of the people who have the relics about, like standing their ground. But they look obviously concerned. You guys approach closer as the two individuals step back, Man A and Man B. Congratulations, they only get those two titles. Sure, why not? You have a marketplace Cervantes district. Yeah, it's Cervantes district badge. But it does read on closer inspection. It's not meant for legal authority. You wouldn't be able to see it without looking at it. You can flash it, yes. Okay. Oh, finally, a police officer, so you can arrest this fucking scumbag. The sledgehammer A store owner speaks up. This dickhead came into my store trying to pawn off bullshit, and now he's not paying me the money that for my inspection for his trash. The man with the rifle goes, "Hey, that's bullcrap. I was a family heritage relic, and he just destroyed it in his shop because he was feeling petty." He reveals to you a what seems to be a old glass like statue that has been broken in several places. See? I demand retribution. I want 10,000 for my priceless art, my priceless relic. Family relic. Yep. Nothing went wrong during the inspection, Man A exclaims. I did everything correct. The thing fell apart because it's cheap and lousy. It's a glass figurine assumed to be a relic. Nope, you don't have a skill relevant to that either. So, nope. A relic Relics can take many different shapes and forms. A simple vase could be a relic, but you've never come across a relic vase before. Theoretically, it could exist. A relic crafter could make a relic out of anything, but it needs intention. You've never seen it. Mhm. Yes, yes. So it could have been, but you don't know. There's not like oh hey, here's this thing right here that was a clear giveaway. They look like regular objects for a reason. The inspection cost 2,000 gold pieces, non-refundable, and it was agreed upon before the inspection. Well, that's bullshit if you break my things. I don't have a recording system, but I do have steel camera. The situation would de escalate as he would lead you in and show you the camera footage. It would indeed show that there was the conversation, the confrontation. The camera footage doesn't seem to be able to catch all of what happens during the inspection because it was taken in front of him, but the camera doesn't capture the right angle to see the inspection bar. So it's still hard to guess what happened because you still can't see it even in the camera footage. Officer, with all due respect, Mayne says, arrest that criminal. I want him charged with disturbing the peace and in my disturbing my private property. Man B says, Officer, I want you to arrest that man for fraud, fucking services, and destroying my relic. Devon looks nervously over at you, Edmund. Uh, we could just walk away from these two. They don't seem, if they're not going to use their relics, we don't really have to stay. We just have to keep the peace. Sorry? I was defending my property. Essentially a relic. Yeah, you can't tell if it's a gun relic. You just know it's a gun. How could I have insurance for such a priceless relic? Wait, what were you asking about the store owner? I'm not gonna go out of my way to get my back breaking over for my insurance company for this 10,000 gold piece claim. Fine, I'll see your ass in court for fucking destroying my favorite relic. Officer, I was defending my property. He pulled the weapon out first. Uh huh. No, he already paid the guy 2,000. He wanted his money back because he destroyed his property, so he wants 12,000 in damage. So they would work out their issue and agreed that they will take it to court, and so that will end the mall disturbance. And you managed, huh? Yeah, as well as you could have, yeah. That is a +1 order. Wahoo! No, you're supposed to stop escalation of violence by using anima power or your other or any other means. You're like the first responder to a situation. Okay, with that, we're gonna return back to Lance Falcone in the arena. Okay. Lance goes first with 11. Okay, Falcone would go next. You can, if you're gonna spend decision to throw lands, you can decide how much of your force, but you choose the dice from the tiles from D12 from 12 tiles to 10 tiles to whatever number you wish. So wait, are you gonna fly up in the air? It's the arena. As long as he's in it, he'll be fine. Lance, you're being grappled with a decision. Do you want to resist? Lance is like, no, 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 just let him go. He gets picked up. Hold on. Let's just have the scene play. Lance, you start to feel you get yourself like lift off the ground and it just 40 feet, 50 feet, 60 feet in the air. You're really high up. No, 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 not that high up. You can't see. Remember, there's a rooftop above you. You can't see, but you're closer to the ceiling than you thought you could get. You can spend a decision to throw Lance. I will consider that the decision you need to spend in order to make a melee attack, because it's technically throwing Lance as a melee throw. Okay, and Lance, go ahead. Well, you'll spend the last decision you have to choose the dice, right? For the tiles. Okay, so he's automatically being thrown 60 feet into his target. So despite the 10 feet distance, you guys are up in the air. You're just throwing him while he's in the air with you. So Lance is automatically gonna hit. If you're aiming for this guy, you have to roll for accuracy. But Lance is going to automatically accumulate 60 feet. Then you decide how far from that 60 feet, being this guy being the epicenter, how far Lance will be thrown. Yes, power of strength and an advantage because you're flying. I'd give you a +6 because you were flying that high up. How about that's definitely gonna hit this motherfucker? No, you're doing yeah. So he's going 60 feet. That means because 10 is 50, 60 is 12. Yeah. So shit. 12 damage. Sorry. Go ahead. No. You won't take damage hitting him. You'll take damage flying after it. You do have reactions. So he's going to dish. That's it should be yeah, because if you're 60 feet in the air, that's 12 tiles. That's your max. Yeah. So you're dealing 12 tiles worth of damage, which is 60. Yeah. So it'd be 60 kinetic damage to Lance and well, not to Lance because Lance is a when Lance gets hit by the impact. Yeah, you actually will take half damage at the very least. Not by gravity, but because the impact is still going to hit you. that may you may be thrown is a friendly action, but getting hit isn't going to be caused by a friendly choice. You're hitting an actual enemy target, or a wall would have worked too. You're gonna take 30 kinetic damage. You still have reactions and speeds, but you this is an action, this is a decision you can't use a reaction for or its outcome because it's going too fast. Danny, you would have to take you would first take the 30, spend a reaction before the movement would make like before the kinetic force pushes you through and makes you fly further to land one hit on your combo and then just like move away. Okay? So first, we resolve you hitting this dude. You get Lance Ball specialed. However far you decide, Falcone is more damage he'll take, but also that Lance will take. Yes. The thing is that'll put you further away from him. And Falcone can choose just one. Yes, you could instead of. Sorry. Yep, you could light speed spear him instead of comboing him. No. A demonic pitch into an angelic suplex. There you go, Nephilim special. You deal so you guys automatically deal 60 incoming true damage. Not true damage, sorry. 60 kinetic 60 kinetic damage into this guy again as he gets hit. Bopped. Literally gets the Can I get someone pay for the bonk sound effect for me? Because that's exactly what Lance just did. Bonk. Thank you. He takes 60 points of damage, was way more than enough to put him unconscious. But Lance, you refuse his unconscious body the opportunity to stay grounded as you spend a reaction in order to make a strength and power check in order to hit him. You get advantage because he's knocked out. 12. You land the hit because his initiative was a 9. So you managed to grapple him. How far are you? How far? How many tiles is he traveling, Falcone? At the same time, now this guy is taking the same amount of tiles in terms of damage because he's traveling with Lance. You also got to get ready to fight Lance later too. You cannot drop someone lower than 0 HP while in this. The distance traveled, the damage of it could be mitigated if you use a reaction to throw the guy on the ground to keep your place and have him move in your speed. So you speared him, but then you can chuck him further instead of suplexing him. So, okay, I can do Lance's idea. What happens is that Lance, you spear him so hard that you hit the ground. Hit it so hard, both of you bounce from the solidness of the ruins. The ruins are surprisingly durable. Despite your impact, it doesn't even break the floor at all. Instead, you are able to use that momentum to push both of you up, travel 8 tiles, because that's the distance you want to travel, Falcone, right? So, Lance, you get bounced into the air again and travel 8 tiles. Wait, seven. 7 tiles. Because 8 is out the arena. Lance, you bounce in the 7 feet up and 70 feet up back in the air, and with this chance, you spend a reaction, your last one, in order to reposition yourself, Lance, into a perfect suplex with the floor coming up. And with the 70 feet in the air, you have way more than enough time to reposition yourself and suplex him straight into the face of the floor of the ruins. He eats it perfectly. Pow! It was fucking perfect. No, you can't die in the boulevard. Yeah, exactly. He would ragdoll through the floor, no clip a bit with his head, but then it revert back to the flooring perfectly, and he's laying his head like a pillow to the ruin. No, no, he his body was forced back into a sleep position. You see, I got lazy with the animation, so they get back into a. So, are you guys ready for your turn 4? You still need to roll for your initiatives and stuff to decide your your other stats. Lance rolled a 17, 18, 19. You rolled a 19, Lance. Lance realizes, oh, I gotta get serious now. All right, Lance is opting to give you the turn first. Before you do that, give me an OST for it. Yep. No worries. I will take what you said as a suggestion. Lance, you see Hell's Wrath stand there. It starts to breathe, and every time it breathes, a bit more black mist escapes its mouth. Every time it does so, the black mist gets heavier around Hal's wrath. It begins to wrench its neck backwards into the sky, clouding the air above it before a mist descends the black fury around it. Lance, you can see red flames slowly erupt in the center mass, and the black mist fades, revealing a slender figure standing, full armor and red glazed eyes, a skull visage. Lance, feel uh you can feel the complete change and shift in Hell's power. Post it to the disc the yeah the essay so Danny knows what's playing. But this song is playing as uh Hell's Wrath, yeah, has Hell's Wrath entered form 2. Yeah, Music Lounge. Hell's Wrath snaps its neck left and right and shifts its body, adjusting to its new form. You feel weightless, Falcone. While you're in this form too, you're holding on to your physical form as a specter being, and you're trying to keep yourself as close to your physical body as possible. You realize you're not really in the suit. There is an entirely different entity inside of you right now, and you are controlling it from a specter form. This specter form can't be seen unless you're a celestial or higher. Non-anima users can't see it. This is what you would consider the Achilles heel of your form too, but again, that's not something to be talked about yet. And of course, well, yes, because it's so powerful, but only certain entities can interact with that form of yours, and there's a special ruling with it. You are essentially a celestial. You get to fight if you fight someone. Yeah, you're getting close to it, but you can see weaknesses in celestials is what I'm getting at too. Because if you can see your spectral form, that's sort of the indication for higher entities that have their own weaknesses like yours. You would be able to see it too, something like Lance in his leyline style. But Lance wouldn't be able to do something like that. I mean, power scaling and all. But no, Lance wouldn't be able to see it, and this is just me letting you as the player know, as this is the third time you've entered the forum, you're gathering more information about what you can and can't do. So when you start to quote lose control, it's not really you losing control. You realize it's just you fading away from the spiritual form, away from your body, because you're not really piloting form 2 anymore. You're not in your physical form. Of course, this can change either getting stronger. No, actually, it can only change if you get stronger in your demon form. No, it doesn't because it gives you the free turns to begin with. Well, yeah, exactly. While not with the verse, it's not pointless. He has full control of this form. He starts to lose control at 3+ turns. That effect can be mitigated as he gets stronger in his demon form because he'll need that fuller synchronization, where his power level reaches a point where he can meet up with form 2. Sorry, but that makes sense, does it? Or do you want to continue discussing about it? It's not really a. I get that. There's no restriction to this, though. I'm not saying there's a restriction. I'm just letting you know how you're using it. Yes, but it's an exploit that you can use on others, including, hey, that's a future celestial fight you're gonna have. Plus, I'm already mentioned Lance can't see it. He ain't strong enough to be able to see it or hurt you with it. But if you fought someone like Belphemy, he'd have the same sort of restrictions as you do. That's another. If you whatever you have is something I base him with too, including if he went on his form too, if he has one, you would see that connection too, if he has one, or a weakness like you do. He would show it because you can see it too. He would see yours, and it'd be like, oh shit, fencer time. We both have to decide if we want to attack each other and risk killing, like, the literal selves and lose ourselves, like lose you forever, Falcone, or you kill Belphemy in that single blow, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? The point is, it's not just you, and it's something that Falcone realizes during this fight. It's exploitable to those stronger than him, for sure. Plus, this isn't a celestial knowledge. You can share this information with your team. It's just harder to explain. Something like that. Huh? Yo, that's a good way of thinking about it. Yeah, like a spirit cockpit. Yes. The limit how long it can go into, the the negating of the effects can happen. There, as previously discussed, it's no longer a humanity thing, as I've already reworked. It's just losing yourself with all the power that you've accumulated. Like I've mentioned a third time, when your demon form gets to a stronger point, I will allow you to be able to fuse with this form too. That will help you maintain this form even long, the form 2, if not a form 3, even longer. Bleed tokens? 1 second. Uh, I was wondering why you thought they removed charges so fast, because you only so if you had someone with 5 blight tokens on them, they only remove 1 charge, and that's the damage is done first, and then they remove 1 bleed charge. So if they have 5 bleed tokens, they take 5 true damage, and then it goes down to 4 bleed tokens. The only times that when you get stronger in it, that can also be mitigated. It's got to be difficult. Then it gets better, and then it gets to the point where I have to make really, really strong things for you guys to fight. I mean, I won't be. The way Falcone's going, he might become his own. He might become your BBEG in that way. Reset? No, it does not reset AP, but it no, but it does just boost you up to your temporary, your max, your current temporary. Yeah. Yep. Last, he hovers from the ground. You still have two reactions. Lance, you immediately get under Falcone's, Form Two's fear of influence, the power of influence. He's so powerful, it is intimidating. You get disadvantage on your attack rolls. He gets advantage. He gets where yes, that would become an auto hit, which I'm thinking in my head. I would say it's the first melee hit is an auto hit. No, it's not a melee hit. I definitely count that as a melee. It's not dealing damage. But yeah, sure, I will let you use that as for a grapple. Lance, you get auto grappled. Well, Lance, he is going to start German suplex here. Lance spends a reaction to try to break the grapple. Uh, okay, so Lance, you're gonna make a power strength check at a disadvantage. Falcone, you roll a strength power check at an advantage. Yes, I know Lance is under your influence. It doesn't stack at this instance. Yeah, because Falcone got an 18 with his. Wait. Yeah, he had an 18. Yeah. God damn, you rolled two. Wow. Damn. So your strength dice is a 6. You spend a decision in order to suplex the German suplex Lance. Uh, I will times your suplex by the so it's your strength dice, which is 12 now, and then it's going to get multiplied by what's it called? Your power scale, where you are in the power scaling of things. So I believe that's 6, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I'm talking about the scaling. It's one, two, three, four, five, six. No, it's seven actually. So yeah, 7. So it's no. It's not 7d12. It's a 7 times. No. You're grappling and you're going to just flatly do it. It would be 84, but it's going to be divided by 2. 42. No, it's not a roll. That's what I'm saying. Most grapples I've ever done in the role play so far don't do. They just roll. You have to get in a grapple, and then the opponent can still get a chance to roll out of it. But if they fail, like Lance did, it's a flat amount. But you're so powerful. I've never done this before. So what I'm doing, your back stat is 12. 12 times 7, which is the place of power Falcone's in, is 84. But I wanted to be fair, put it down to 42, because the most I've ever done for a single grapple has been around 20 points of damage. Falcone's clearly above the grapple damage, so I agree 42 is a really high number for this roll. No, Lance gets proned whilst after being grappled. Oh yeah, yeah. Lance got a dramatic head roll. I, somehow you were blessed by it with it, and now I have to rob you of it. Actually, no. 84 is the damage Lance takes instead. Yeah, no, it's a perfect demonstration of your power. Yeah, 84 is the grapple damage. Sorry, suplex. Lance is no longer considered grappled by you, but he is considered prone. So 84 minus 45 was the remaining of the belt. Minus 12, 27. So you take 27 damage. Lance, yeah, he has 1 HP. Lance, you feel the weight of the whole world slam you into the ground after that German suplex. It is a miracle you can feel your bones. The suit barely does anything to comfort your damage, as you can see the heads-up display continuously give you the same warning that this is a suicide. Your odds of winning are 0.01. No, it'll be like flee. Go 100. Get manage to get 2 miles away from this guy. It's how powerful you are. Not yet. Uh, Falcone, how many decisions you spent this turn? Okay, okay, yeah. So you do have one left because you dedicated the way that you did. You do have one left. You can choose to use it or not. My God. Okay, we really haven't. We can do it, but the only thing we really discussed is if you go into it, you will go back to Falcone after no, after going to 2.5, 3 turns. You gonna do it? Okay. Hey, look. As long as you know, after 3 turns, you go right back to Falcone. Hold on. Before I go, be clear. You're gonna be left in a state where you can't access Hell's Wrath nor its abilities just for the duration of this battle. You will need a full day of rest to get full access to your anima again. Okay, just as long as you know. If you're still cool with it, have you summoned? Don't waste the time. Don't waste the time. Oh, baby, don't waste the time. Yeah, yes, yes. I keep giving you different tokens. Let's. Sorry, let me narrate what happens here. From the chest cavities of the skeleton knight in front of you, Lance, you see the rib cages begin to shudder and move in a massive amount of anima energy being collected in one spot. It's a lot more than you're accustomed to. It's more than you can personally generate, because you can see it erupting inside of the stomach of this creature, and its eyes begin to glow from inside the vessel of the skeleton creature, and slowly its chest and stomach push forward to create, oops, a massive red flamed dragon. In this form, you feel yourself connected and imbued into the chest of the creature. So if someone were celestial, they'll see you locked in the chest of your creature. And while you're Yes, I did spare you that. While you're connected like this to the chest of the creature, Falcone, you are able to keep your synchronization without losing consciousness like in your other form. The only thing is, like I said earlier, you go right back to Falcone exhausted. You don't suffer exhaustion unless you spent all your AP in this form. And I need to add an extra thing, Falcone, but sorry. Okay, for Falcone, for all the turns you spend all the AP in, you get a refund of half of it. Yeah, yes, but not until when you revert back to Falcone. So this way that even if you were in Form 2, you still at least you don't suffer exhaustion while coming out of it. Yes, and the safety net is provided as a means as a diatritic way of saying, like, Falcone in this form reverts back willingly, not willingly, but like out of pure exhaustion of his connection with Hell's Wrath, and that his physical form doesn't suffer the exhaustion. If he were still a human, I'd say, yeah, you would suffer exhaustion. But because you're a demon, your demonology gives you an upper hand. And in fact, if you were even stronger, we can even think of that you won't lose that kind of connection, or even just have a form 3. No, don't become a Lance. You immediately hear, yeah, you immediately, the monster hunter and the player of Lance hears like a Diablos theme music playing. Not even Diablos. Like, what's the best Cross's creature? I think it is really a Bagel Goose, honestly. Closest to Falcone's token art, but like Bagel Goose, Teostra. In terms of power, yeah, he would be a Fatalis. Fine. Ooh, ooh, a Dire Morales. Okay. Yeah, because in terms of power, he's pretty close to the Dire Morales. The Dire Morales isn't stronger than Fatalis, so he still has a chance to get into a Fatalis power level. So Lance, yeah, you're just toe and toe to a monster from Monster Hunter, the Dire Morales staring at you. The Grunheld. No, you can still hit him and shit. Do I have a handout for 2.5? Okay, I guess I'm just gonna add this real quick then. Um, yes, just give me one bit to write some stats real quick. Um, that stays the same, yeah. And this goes up to that. Yeah, okay. Just had to add, so you're gonna read it. There's now the clause that reads reverting back to your demon mode with a weak cooldown on usage for Hell's Wrath. There's also you. Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, wrong rest. Sorry. Long rest. Oh, whoops. We're back to demon with a. Huh? Well, send it to me then. And send it my way so I can see it. You also get temporary HP and increase. Yeah, yeah. That is the increase you get. No, I believe you, but I'm just curious what it is because I can't see it. Okay, fine. Well, yeah, hell, it's technically Lance's turn now. Lance, you start your turn prone. The heat is super unbearable. Oh, Falcone, I'd also have to forget to mention, because you have blood, well, you don't have your blood magic equipped. You're also an entity in its power form. You didn't equip it though, so I can't give you the benefits of blood magic, but you're strong enough to at least be, well, correct. I've always mentioned during the tournaments and even during the beginning of this fight, to have skills equipped during a fight is a decision. They don't come pre-equipped. Okay, well, that would get you out of being prone. Yeah. Do you have any narrative that you want to have before, or Falcone? Sorry, it blinds the audience, but the demon dragon Falcone doesn't flinch, staring interested at the glowing area. Lance turns into the legendary god-shattering star Avatar. They're just freaking the fuck out watching such two colossals go at it. Falcone, you can immediately see with your being in the form that you are, you can tell that Lance is currently established in a strength of Archangel. It's not a Archangel per se, since the Silver doesn't have angelic features, but you can recognize he's toe to toe with you at this point. No, actually, no, not as strong as you. Sorry, he's one level lower. You were a Hell's Knight. That's what it was. Lance is a upper angel. Sorry, no, Crown Angel. Sorry, that's what it is in terms of power. Yes. Hold on. That is very important. Which definition are you going to use? As if you don't put the tag soul in front of fusion, I will assume it is a fusion of the physical form. It is a taking accountability of your power levels and you're fusing to be together. All right. Yeah, about to learn a quick lesson in fusion. Here we go. You see, Falcone, I was talking earlier about how you needed to get to a certain point when you get powerful as you are. Fusing with Lance, you will get a bump in your power for a temporary amount of time. Lance will lose and cease his functioning as a sentience, and Lance, you're considered non existent for the duration of the fusion, which is, hey, could you guess it? 3 turns. Falcone, you assume the new form and you have complete control over it. So yes, that is how fusion. If Lance was being in equal power level, both would can become an even more powerful version. I would say even make a celestial, but you're still like I would say a 2.7 form. It's not it's terms. Wow, no, it's called terms. Um, no, it's borrowed silver energy that you have the potential to tap into. You don't have a manipulation in the silver. Furthermore, you willingly gave yourself to this fusion. You did not know what it would do when you go into it, but now you do next time you try it with anybody. You have to be in equal terms to achieve an even higher level of power. You would both no, it would have if you were in form two, it would work, yes. No, actually no, it would not work. Form one it would work. Form no, I calculated correctly. Yes, because form one Hell's Wrath is a Hell Knight. Lance is a crown angel in terms of power, not in actual angelhood. So if both of those guys fused, they would become their own version of an archdemon slash archangel, a Nephilim, if you would. And the thing is, I would say that the fusion duration would be longer instead of 3 turns, potentially 5, or I might even think of 6 turns. And there would be a there yeah, there would be a specific bonus for Lance having a special bonus and Falcone having a special like decision where you guys can use it for yourself. A specific decision to just showcase how powerful you are in this new form. So you would have access to all of your regular abilities. All of your stats would be D12 clearly, and you would gain the benefits of being in that Archdemon Archangel form if you were to fuse Falcone Form 1 with GSS. You would then create. Hmm? Or Hell Shattering Star. That's not a bad idea either. In this form 2.5, so in this form 2.7, since Falcone is the stronger entity, um, you can either for this form 2.7, you can either think of it Falcone as you would have an avatar of Lance riding on top of your dragon form, so it looked like a silver knight is mounted on top of the knight, on top of the dragon, granting an additional set of decision. So you gain another decision as if you were Form 3, but you don't have the power scale and potential to keep it. Huh? So it's either Lance could be a Silver Knight mounted on you, Falcone, or you can take another humanoid form and have Lance as a Spectre. Because the idea is you are both of you are not powerful in meeting each other, so you only get temporarily pushed into a higher state of power that you have another form, another entity to continue to like help you with it. Remember when you killed Darius? You used his soul to make you into a demon. You are now using Lance's essence to make yourself a bit stronger through fusion. So you can manipulate Lance's figure and form. He can appear as a knight, silver knight near you. Or I guess you can both turn into that, I suppose. Cool. Essentially, it looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay. I can accept the second one, but only when that's the true form of you two. Okay, go ahead. Send me that one then. And then share it with the class. The second, the second one. Oh, okay, cool. Send him that one, Kalis, and tell him that's the one you're gonna use. I'm gonna make a token for that. Give me a second. The third one. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Oh, you're also gonna maintain the chunky four size. So, oh my God, punished Lance. I'm fucking crying. So, quick question: is that going to be the avatar riding on top of you, or do you want to assume the form and the armaments that you're wearing are Lance? Okay, so it's too late. It's too late, Soulbound. I lied. Okay, so the fusion of both God Shattering Star and Form 2.5 create a bright brilliance of silver and red energy. It illuminates the audience, and everyone freaks the fuck out as in its place a gargantuan man wearing silver armor and equipment rises. He wields a large silver shield, and wearing silver armor with a red cape. His red eyes glow underneath the eminence of his power. Four decisions. One must be used for a melee still. Uh, two reactions, two movements, because you're getting very close to that celestial part. And of course, I would give you access in this form. Once per turn, you can activate one of Grunbel's equipments, and you know what Grunbel's equipments. I don't have to go through with it. Whenever you get hit, you gain Lance's level defense plus the defense that you gain while in this form. So that 20 defense you have plus Lance's defense. Defense 12. So there was a 6d12 to your form 2 form 2 regularly. I'm gonna say that this form has increased your dice roll to an 8d12 when it comes to no, sorry, not 8d12, but it goes up to an 8d12 for rolling out accuracy and damage for things. So the Cade Cannon would have an 8d12 in accuracy. It would have a blast. I would say, depending on how much damage dice you want to drop, you can increase the blast radius by one. So the blast that you enhance doesn't gain true damage, but the damage you do roll, everyone takes it in the blast area. Also, unless they are of what is it of not celestial. You are fuck, I keep forgetting terminology. You are huh? No. Sorry. Unless you are an archdemon or archangel, you cannot. If you roll a dexterity check on a fail, you take full damage anyway. So you have an 8d12, right? When you fire the cannon, you roll an 8d12 in accuracy. But when it comes to damage, the blast is only one unless you drop damage dice. You can go to something like 5d12 and gain. Exactly. But unless you are an archdemon or archangel in terms of power level, you are not going to be able to dodge it without taking you if you don't successfully dodge it, you take full damage. To everybody, just to make sure we're aware. And Grimbill's Hammer works the kind of same way, except you gain reach 4 when you swing with it. You also have knock. Hmm? If you want to be even small, yeah, a little smaller, then sure, yeah. Wow. Several people willingly, for paycheck reasons unknown, allow themselves to be arranged in a target diameter. Oh, hey, look! Would you look at that? You couldn't, Danny. I'm following Dragon Ball Z lore. If you ain't perfect fusion, It don't work like that. Correct. The issue is you don't. So the drawback while being in an imperfected form like this is one, you don't get. You won't get even. You won't get a times two multiplier when going into your next form, which is why if you were in Hell's Wrath and got Shattering Star, it would be a perfect multiplier times two. But your power level. Yep. Lance in this form, the only level of sentience I could give you is in the weapons. Every time you use it, you can either speak through it or deal the damage for him. So it'd be Lance's Fury kind of deal. Oh, yes. While you're in that fusion state too, if you all had like four skills each, you can both have eight. Correct, in perfect fusion. So that means it would be drawing from both of your pools, and one of your skills would be the active one. Um, for test purposes, they're just gonna be close enough. But I haven't determined the range for the weapon yet. But for test purposes, I'm just gonna give you the range. Lance's consciousness flees from the helmet and goes right to the arm cannon as you. That's Lance. Oh, that's even better. So you can only use one of the equipment per. Yeah, you can only use the one of the equipment. No, each turn you can. Yeah, you can only use. Nah, he can't. There's no damage buff for him possessing it. He's already giving it to you a buff by being the weapons. You can only use one piece of the equipment per turn. So if no, you can use each of the pieces of the equipment, but they can only be used once per turn. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. So you can swing with the hammer, but it can only be once per turn. So if you use it, if you exactly, and there's also the armor one that you have. The armor is that being it can grant you lance. It passively grants you lance's defense, but when you activate it as a reaction, it can grant you lance's defense on top of that again. Correct. So granting you another D12, well, another 12, meaning 32. It went from sorry, it went from 20 to 32 to 40, 44. No, you're fine. 44 defense. Well, your no 2.7 would be stronger still than even your perfected fusion. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Both of those things. You can only correct. I know that in DBZ they can be the fat fusions, but in my universe, it's the one with the stronger power level is the one who's the most dominant. A perfect fusion can be correct. So, you can only stay in this form for two turns, the lowest of the transformation sequences. Also, if you were to fuse, let's go through some FAQs real quick before I let you fire. I'm sorry. Let's say, for example, you and Lance were. Oh well, let's take a break then. Loon, no, and Loon, how are you feeling, dude? I'm sorry letting you. You didn't have much time to do things other than training. How are you feeling, dude? I'm sorry. Are you okay? You okay? We were just wondering if you're alright with everything happening, and how are you feeling? Are you vibing with everything? Okay. I just want to be sure because I haven't like did narrative with you just since having you just do the training montage. Okay, just wanted to be sure. How do you feel about the current developments with like everyone learning about fusion? He did go into silver form. Yeah, he went into silver too. He went into silver form with against winning move. I already told you how you can get stronger. I'll just go for the end game again. Ooh. Oh, here we go. Lance, you're really pushing it. I I will say, for you, Loon, you could always recruit him into Solaris. You are a well enough respected student within the training grounds. You have trained plenty of times in Solaris. I think they would take your word if you wanted to get Lance there, and Lance could prove himself with the silver. Maybe he can't manipulate it, but he could show off God Shattering Star. No, that's the fact too. Yeah, yeah. Yes, God Shattering Star is a day cooldown. Oh, hey, we have 9 viewers. Hi, everyone. The first image, I like it. I do agree with Kalis though. I want the second image for your perfected God, the perfected Hell's Wrath and whatnot. Yep, I know. Sin Devil Trigger. I want to use that for your Hell's Wrath mixed with God Shattering Star. Yeah, y'all thought I didn't have something ready for fusion, huh? Hey, see, you had to remember you have the artifact on you, don't you? No, you're fine. And it would have worked exactly like that. We would have resolved everything here, and then you'd like fragment of time. And because you're part of the fusion, it would unfuse and revert you back before you made the choice. But you have to remember, Hell's Wrath cannot go back from 2.5 back to 2. He goes right back down to regular demon form. So once he went to 2.5, it kind of shafted you anyway. Agreed with you, but Hell's Wrath cannot go from 2.5 to 2. He can only go from 2.5 to demon form again. It's not that far, Danny. It's a single. It's like, think about the fragment of time is like literally would be a decision. Oh, actually, it is a single turn. So that single turn is only but a minute. Yeah, exactly. It's only like a minute in time. Hell's Wrath can't. You're considering Hell's Wrath when you went for your fusion. Hell's Wrath was already in 2.5, longer than a minute ago. Then yes, if he was Hell's, because he beat you up in two, and he ended his turn. Yeah, he ended his turn on 2.5. You're right. No, yeah, if you had Fragment of Time, it would have worked. Because you could have said instead of transforming, spend your decision to hold a decision, and then you would have had him still in his regular two form. Yeah, it would have worked if you had used it. But Lance, this is also gives you a chance to learn how Fragment of Time works. A single turn. Yes. You can't see that far, is what I'm saying. It doesn't give you omniscience to the future. It's only a rewind. No. You can make a color clone of yourself. It's considered you in all you aspect. Oh, hey, look, does that sound like you could have a second God-shattering star in the field? No, I'm saying in the future, Danny. You could have a second God-shattering star. No. No, because it's it's not it's considered its own entity, but it cannot be it could not have an interaction in fusion because it's not a sentience. It is a construct created from an artifact using your anima power to project it. Welcome back, by the way. So I wanted to go through some FAQs real quick. What if you and Lance were really low HP, still in Hell's Wrath, still in God Shattering Star? What would happen when you guys transform? The answer is you would both be healed to the amount of temporary HP designated by power level. If we're talking about your perfected transformation, then it would be that of an archdemon archangel Nephilim. So that would be the power scaling of +7. That has its own denotions like temporary HP, how many decisions and movements, but you can think of it as like a Form 2 for you, Hell's Wrath. So I'm probably going to template it based on the buffs you get from Form 2 Kalis. But basically, you guys go up to your temporary HP and your actual HP to max. You fuse both of your HP pools together. When you get out of your forms, you revert back to your current max HP, but your AP remains what it was before you transformed. But you do get a full heal. Uh, I mean, literally, fusion is a very rare fucking thing to begin with. It can only be performed on the same target once 24 hours. So if Lance fused with you and you both defuse, you two cannot fuse again for the next 24 hours. Otherwise, no, there is no like real limit if there's something akin to that. You have 5 turns in it. I'm still thinking if six. Yeah, for the perfect fusion. Um, you gain similar bonuses and decisions. Each turn, one of the players has to decide who is going to be in the more dominant seat, whilst one decision has to be spent by the alternative player. So you guys may have 3 decisions, for example, with one decision having a clause. So the main player gets the 3 decisions, but then the secondary player gets its own decision, and that decision can also just be a regular attack too. So playing it through, if Falcone was the main seat, Falcone goes just the whole turn doing what he wants. Then Lance gets an additional decision just to add on to the ending of that turn. This could be holding a decision for another decision. This could be making a dash. This could be making an attack. This could be for using AP in an attack. However, Lance wants to use it, or if, whoever's the non-dominant. But yes, let's get on to the cannon fire. If there's as that's all the FAQ I want to go for right now. Roll a. I said 7 is your max, so you go up to how's 8. Roll 8. No, roll a yeah, roll a 9d12. That is overkill, because this is not this is not a martial arts or anything else that would limit overkill. So it also has a celestial moment. Huh. No, no, no. While you're in this empowered state, I mean, the only real thing that I would allow that kind of roll to have, it would be a damage bonus. But you already have overkill. How, so it's gonna roll an, hmm? Alright. Agent discover. So the damage is, I'm gonna adjust the damage, I'm gonna adjust the accuracy and damage value after this roll, but I'm gonna keep it 90-12. It's gonna go to an 8d12 after this, but for now, keeping it consistent, you hit the target with overkill. It's gonna crit, but I need to know how big of a blast you want. So it hits the singular target here, and it's big enough to blast into a single tile for them. But you can make the explosion bigger, of course. So it hits this target. You're gonna blast. You want to turn it to a blast 3. So you turn this damage die into a 7d12, and 7d12, 7 times, yeah, 7 times 12 is 84. So the blast 3, like a small little fucking nuclear explosion, just erupts in the chest of that guy, eviscerates him in totality. The ruins on the floor glow of immense brightness as the explosion seems to be compounded with the ruins on the floor. The devastation of the explosion shakes the entire room. The foundation of the building is like dust comes down from the ceiling, and some of the old paint chips come off flying off from the eruption of the destruction. From the aftermath of the brightness of light, you are surprised, Falcone. You see that they're still bodies. I mean, charred. Badly. But still alive. The power of those ruins working looks like overtime. And when you speak, it's a fusion of Lance and Falcone speaking at the same time. Everyone in the audience is fucking fear. And you are since you're getting close to what would be a Form 3, your power radius would extend far enough. But right now, because you're not in actual Form 3, just 2.7, it's still just the same radius it normally would be. Uh, 10 feet. Yeah, everyone's shitting their bricks. Uh, you can will it to stop. Yeah, you can will it to stop by mutual agreement. Um, I would have you roll a 4d20. Each of these rolls are can be considered individual, not accumulative. Each of these are your attempts at each of the four remaining people standing. Before you roll, you will want to beat to recruit them. You want to beat a now the DC would typically be 14. Because you're so fucking powerful and demonstrated your awesomeness, it has been reduced to a 10. There is a good attempt you can get followers from here. 40-20. And each of the results are not, it's not accumulative, it's just individual. Well, no, you're right. No, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's what we wanted. You rolled a 19. One person stands. I'll, I, I'll go into Travail Church. I'll seek that power. You can call, you can call me Oliver. Okay, I'm gonna add that to the notes. Let me write the note real quick. Sorry. Falcone. So for right now, your follower count can only go up to 4. So you can gain up to yes, you can start up to 4, and there'll then be a special procedure you'll need to do in order to begin the road to getting a higher power level. And the reason I say special rituals because I still need to like flesh it out and write it out. But essentially, with 4 people who are devoted to you and believe in you, that kind of energy is powerful. If you thought one soul was powerful to make you a demon, imagine 4 people willingly for you. So right now you have a follower, and you're gonna have to do the Persona JRPG level of gaining his trust from 0 to 100. Yep. No, no, no. When Lance responds, you do the Rico, Danny, the honey badger. You lift up the shield and start speaking to him hand puppet style. Falcone, I don't like this. Yep. The eyes look droopy at Falcone. I'm starting to feel sick. I don't feel so good, Mr. Falcone. All right. Hey, Lance, do you want to figure out what happens to you in a forced fusion? Falcone gains HP and AP back to max. Lance, you're down to zero to both. Your AP, because it cannot go below zero, goes to one. But your HP zero. When you defuse, Lance falls like a sack of potatoes. Falcone, you feel a fresh breeze just cover you and you're just rejuvenated to full stat. You can see with your well, you can spend a decision now since it's like literally end of combat, but spending the decision, you go into blood magic. You flip on the blood magic goggles, you see Lance's heartbeats there. He's just definitely knocked out. He slaps your hand unconscious to heal Lance. No, 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 he's not dead. Don't worry. It's the Boulevard will bring him back to his full HP, but it just he's knocked out. If it were not for the fact that he was in the Boulevard, Lance would actually be one depth token near death. Yeah, Force Fusion is not a joke. Sorry, not Force Fusion. I'm sorry. I mean, Power Differentiation Fusion. Lance, before you wake up, Lance, you have a terrifying nightmare of a shadow eating you. The shadow has a face of Falcone's for some reason. You wake up like 10 minutes later. The other guys also spend a little bit longer than 10 minutes on the floor, but this anima user definitely reverts back to his regular form, but he is definitely not like conscious. He just pulls himself away from the arena to like gather his breath. No, I'm done fighting. I'm staying out the arena. That means I'm free. I'm no Lance. Your HP does not rejuvenate. You're just still at one HP. Matthew, Matthew Menace. I was in the audience. Yeah, I saw you two fight. Well, I thought I had a chance against to show off what I could do, but I was just, I guess, in over my head. I thought you two would fight with each other a little bit. I'd get in that little scrap, but I was knocked out the entire time. I don't know what happened. Mm. You can have one attempt 24 hours to have well, I'm going to make personal rolls to see what I want for his character, Oliver. There would be a chance he could be an anima user or a regular person. The man takes off the mask as the sky crab. Normal. know you're excited. I can see your energy, likely some of mine. In true McKinley fashion. Fucking Game Night Joe's the jazz intro. Oh, fusion can happen to any character. The Like I said, it's super rare in itself unless you guys have an artifact. Yeah, I think it'd be an artifact or it at the the yeah, a legendary relic would be the closest you can get, but then that fusion would have its limits. But an artifact fusion would be similar to what Lance is doing. Oh, if you two fused in your base forms, it'd be Lance is more dominant. Yep. Currently, Lance is stronger than Falcone. Yes. The reason is because the silver puts him towards that silver fame he got that becomes a living legend. It puts him towards sorry, let me look at the scale one more time. The Crown Angel. What that means too is that is locked out from any other source of making him stronger. So he can't ascend into an Archangel. No, I get what you're saying, but I'm talking about why Lance is stronger in his base form against Falcone. Okay. Well, so hold on, Danny. But Danny, hold on. It's not like you're looking to become a crown angel. I'm saying in terms of power scale, you are locked out from turning into the power tier 7. If it makes it easier, you guys are in a power tier. You're on the 7. Falcone's form 2 is technically on a power tier 7. Lance, your base form is a power tier 6. Yes. Correct. Actually, no. Base form Lance and Hell's Wrath. Because GSS would put Danny into yes. Form 2 GSS. No, we weren't. No, no. Sorry. Well, I mean, we were just adjusting. I'm just adjusting the terminology so it makes it easier for us. I'll change the terminology in the terms too, but to make things simple, yeah, there is a tier system. It's a power tier system. So Yui. Oh my God! Hi, Yui. Hi. Oh my God. No, I gotta pay out of pocket as hell at that. As soon as I can afford Yui's artwork, I'm buying my own OC. I'm definitely gonna buy a group shot for all four main characters for sure. Well, no, it'd be Demon Falcone. Yeah, Demon Falcone with Lance and Al and Cynric, sorry, and Cynric and Edmund. We're doing great, Yui. We're just doing our role play. It's the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fusion with Persona. So Lance McKinley is Danny, the guy on the left, and this demon-looking fellow is Father Vincent Falcone. They both have the abilities to transform into new states of their own power forms, and they had just finished testing it. So they're talking about the fusion process and how that all went. This whole role play takes place in a giant megacity. I'll show you the megacity real quick. Called Spiral City. I don't have a lot of visual tokens like you would have because I'm not as fancy as an artist, but I make as much as I can with theater of mind and the flat token areas I can. But this is the bigger city where all the players can interact with. The yellow area, the center, is called the Spire, where that's, you know, the strongest point where all the government officials happen, all the things that are regulated for the city. And then the districts themselves are the sizes of like boroughs in New York City. They're very large. They house millions of people, and in this population, there are anima users. They're like stand users from JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, except in this story, it's just retitled Anima to keep it in play with the roleplay system. Each player has access to three different powers when they get into a certain like a certain level. They get to access to three different portions of their power. So everyone in the group has their stand slash anima, and then they have a little bit extra things they can do with it. So the players were just doing a little bit of sparring between each other. Falcone, oops, wrong map. That is Lance fighting somebody in Electric Avenue. They transformed it so. Oh, Danny, you're back in your suit. Actually, no, your suit would have deactivated because it went down. You went down, and you went out of it. Yeah. You remember the fight Falcone in the tournament. Lance is looking for fucking Cyric high and low. Meanwhile, Cyric, I feel comfy, soulless. Yeah, but Cyric would not have told Honey Doll anything. But Lance would have to figure that out by going there. Counterpoint. You'd be spending a lot of time you could be using to get more resources and or better prepared for the upcoming siege. Plus, I don't think Cyric knows the players. Everyone wants to go attack Novus. Correct. Okay, cool. That could work by someone who has silver magic of journeyman level. Let me look at everyone's skill sets. Oh wait, that's only Cyric. Lance can't even access. So if Lance had silver magic, sorry, not silver magic. Lance doesn't have the ability to use silver magic even if he was in GSS. So if he was in GSS, he can't use silver magic. When he's out of GSS, he can't use silver magic. And if he learns silver magic, that's his last skill he learns. Well, I mean, go ahead. I mean, where when I don't remember you having the moment or like have us having a moment when like Knight approached or Honeydoll approached Cyric of his movement. I It would be an intelligence check for Honeydoll to remember. I cannot. Honeydoll's mouth opens unhinged and it just speaks my voice. She can't use AP because she's an NPC at the current moment. Okay, we have November the second week coming up. We're already an hour and 30 over our scheduled time closing. I apologize, but this was very interesting for you guys to resolve and get through, so I do appreciate it. Okay. Um, Lance would lead you out of the boulevard. Everyone in the boulevard was just like dusting themselves off. Obviously, Oliver would be like going back to his place to figure out belongings and how to travel to Travail's church to go become Falcone's first willing follower. Wink, wink, nudge, smile. Yeah, there's a follower system in this game. It also has the same tendency as a JRPG. He needs 100% trust. Well, that progression can only passively get up to 50, and then the rest of it needs to be you specifically spend time with your follower. I love Yui's comments to everything is ooh. Oh my god, I love it. So Falcone, you get led back to get led back through East Bay with Lance in tow. So none of the would be ass munches that would typically want to jump Lance, seeing him as weakened as he is, because Lance, you aren't perfectly healed after getting out the boulevard. You are, exhausted. Your stats are all one, and you have one HP. Who the demon guy looks fresh as fucking buttons. Why would you gorilla walk into the arena? Oh, also, let me get. I'm gonna shout out Yui Kami, but because Yui streams whenever she draws. I've also always advertised her artwork and whenever she offers for commission slots in my channel, but just a fair note. Hun, you're definitely loved in my eyes and as much as I can pick for my community. Oh, also I needed to remove Night. Honey Doll's doing something. She looks over to her shoulder. Hey, Knight, can you help me with these numbers? I think there's something wrong with them. Knight looks at her. He puts his fingers up. Do 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 do. She blinks. Wait, what? Huh? What? It's supposed to represent that he disappears for the night, for to get the silver weapons. So if you're gonna go that path, you definitely have to spend the night back at home because you're too exhausted to even try to bother traveling that far on foot. You just get ambushed by everyone in between. Fly me back to Travail. You snap your fingers to activate Hell's Wrath, but then it doesn't appear, reminding you that it's got that cooldown. So wait, you're gonna call a taxi? Hold on. Let's not skip steps. You guys are traveling back to Lance's house. Lance and Falcone, when you both return back to Lance's house, opening the door, Elizabeth, Lance's mother, she turns to face you guys from the kitchen. No, she doesn't turn to face from the kitchen, but because the kitchen is in an alley, it's towards the left. She steps out from the kitchen, holding a like a bowl, trying to whisk it. Welcome back, Lance. What the heck happened to you, Lance? No, he didn't fall down. She looks up and down. She looks up and down, Lance. No, 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 no. He got his teeth kicked in. I can tell. Were you were you at the boulevard? Out. She out. I do not want the devil in my house. She points at Elizabeth. In this condition, how about you stay home? Wolf and Bunny appear from around the corner. What seems to be the problem? Lance, you look wounded. Very badly wounded. Okay, roll me a 1d100. You get the regular service provided. You want to travel to Travail, it's going to cost you from West Bay 475 gold pieces. No, it's for full fares 475. They can drop you at Travail Church. Oh, well, Falcone can walk or do as he pleases once he's back in Travail. Falcone comes back. Who the fuck is this guy? It's so with that, you both managed to get a cab and return back to Travail to Police Department to begin week two in November. You kicked my you kicked my ass, so I paid for the Uber back. Oh no! They peel off. Don't joke like that, man. Lance hits your chest. I lost my leg before. The police officers again would all freak out that you're a literal devil walking in. They all are apprehensive. Lance Lance would convince them with both his uniform, like not his uniform, but both with his status as a member of Squad Zero and his fame. You would convince everyone like, no, chill. He's cool. He's with me. I can't feel my legs. He's like a wheelchair. Let him be. He's also Falcone. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, assist GM. Next time I need things written, time I need like my notes finished up and finalized, I'll send them to you to have them written out. I'll throw you out a window. Oh my God, that's perfect. Oh no, El Diablo. No, she says it like this. Oh no, El Diablo. She just dramatically flops from the side of the countertop. The bunny girl assistant. You've met Juniper. Juniper sits. Juniper stands up, hiding behind the table with a pistol drawn. Lance, are you okay? Did you make a pact with the devil? It does take a lot of strength to resist the devil, I can tell. Damn, they make them hot. They make the devil very attractive, yes. She would get a bit flustered. She would get a bit flustered, but keep her gun drawn, like pointed at you, like, ah, I'll shoot you first before I die of horniness. Lance, you lose your last HP, you go on kind of stop. So, if you're Falcone, you still have paperwork you need to fill out about the the Nelcro incident. We're in travail. We- His account, what happened. Also, they need his account for the silver end too. That's why Juniper's working late night. She's just sitting there. God damn it! I have to expense our property damages. Yep, this will be the ending for our session today because we went a little bit further than we normally would, just for the battle demonstration for the players. We can do a session Friday if you guys like, or we'll go on to our next session for week 2 in November. How did you guys feel about the week being instead of a day? Did each of you individually like that each of your choices still had a little bit something other than just your choice? Like Edmund had the mall disturbance, Cynric with the rival train in during his training. I'll try to keep incorporating some smaller story elements between your choices going forward, just to keep it the world feeling at least live. You'll meet other anima users or just meet other people of interest who might have a thing or two to share or say or be an obstacle or however they may approach you. Or you may even just learn rumors or learn more of the city. I'm trying to just make you guys feel more part of a living story. Well, you're Lance, so you don't. You're not smart enough for that. Cyril freaks out. What the? What? What is that? What the hell is that? Later. Let me go ahead and start getting a raid going. Otherwise, it is. If you guys have any more comments, questions, or concerns, this is the time definitely to place them. Welcome back. Yeah, a moment there. I hate how close that sounded. Fuck you. I know. Just fuck you. Regard. I gotta tell Bunny that you did it tonight, and she's gonna freak out about it. Okay, well, I can't. I have no one to raid. There's no one I can raid. I'd love to. Oh, give me the name. Yeah. If you had any comments, questions, concerns, make sure you send it to me, Lynn. You want I was actually talking to Kalis about this, and I'm not sure if I wanted to give you guys a level up for the tournament. I should have. I felt like I should have, but I haven't given to you yet. So I'll give it to you guys before, huh? Yeah, but what I'm gonna do is what I'm saying is I'll give it to you guys before you go on the raid towards what's his name? Novus, yes. So at the end of November, you guys will gain another level. I don't know if that'll put you to AP3 though. Yeah, because I wanted AP3 to be higher on the totem pole. Take it easy. So we are gonna go raid Maelstrom 238. He looks like he's playing MechWarrior Online. You don't have to stay after the raid. Just give a hello, and then you can do as you wish. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. I always love to have an audience for the role plays. I do look forward to trying to make a future for over our Spiral City Chronicles, where I make YouTube content based off it. But that's not right now. I don't have the time. I don't have the money. Honestly, I do have the time, but I need the money and investments. Thank you so much for my players for always being you guys, players, Line, Kalis, Evie, Loon for always being part of the sessions. It's always a joy to be part of your creative process just as much as mine. Because without you guys, it wouldn't be as much fun. All right, bye.